Hello, hello everyone. Okay, we got. I guess we got a. Oh, forgot to get my little people up. Hey there, Jeremy, Otavio. Let's see. You won't really be able to see me do it, but got to hydrate there from Jeremy. Yes, delicious, life-giving waters, and then a nice Otavio. Guardian Tales collab today. Yes, I will finally be able to use up my saved summons. I've been sitting on them. They've been burning a hole in my pocket. Had to reload and got ads. Oof. Game capture needs to be set. Play capture. There we go. Hello, hello. Ah, the aquarium. Oh my. Let's see. I guess we finished up with George and Shannon last time. Remember somebody saying they can hear the oohs. So I guess we're gonna go with Maria this time? Let's see. Right. But we gotta start on page 2 this time. I did a double save just so I can start page 2. Ooh, ooh. You know, I almost feel like Maria is going to be a witch. Just gonna turn out to be a witch somehow. Or maybe get turned into a witch. I don't know. This is right after the Ava thing. Ava thing. Anyway, what? Oh, here we go. Ava head back to the entrance hall behind Jessica. Oh, right, yeah. Forgot about that. Yeah. Shannon, Jessica, and Ava. Oh, and George were out in the garden. Ava sort of interrupted them when they were just starting to understand that Shannon liked George and George liked Shannon. Ava the Snake. Ava the Snake. Okay. It's time to... I guess we're in Shannon's viewpoint here still. It's time for me to take a serious look. How full of myself I've been acting. I forgot. I'm furniture. Furniture isn't human. So, I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using. But that is an emotion on the human side. And the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing. It's enough that furniture serves with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George-sama and Jessica-sama is the same as a forbidden drug to me. In other words, it may be an emotion I must never experience.
シャノン、先ほどからぼんやりが過ぎます。体調でも悪いのですか？
Shannon, you've had your head in the clouds for some time now. Do you not feel well?
いえ、失礼いたしました。
No, my apologies. Natsuhi's words were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsuhi until she called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day, but she'd spent all her time sighing and hardly making any progress.
たとえお客様がおられなくても、常に気を張っていなくてはなりません。そんな様では、後宮家に仕える使用人として情けありませんよ。
Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert. Behavior like this is shameful for an Ushiromiya family servant.
はい。以後注意します。
Yes, ma'am. I will take care from now on.
もうじき、当主様と主人がお帰りになられます。書斎の清掃は済んでいますか？階段の清掃は済んでいますか？
The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase?
申し訳ございません。まだです。
My apologies. Not yet.
ええ、知っています。ですから、ルノンにやらせておきました。あなたがもたもたと廊下を清掃している時間で、彼女は書斎と階段の清掃を済ませてしまいましたよ。
Yes, I know. So I had Luna do it. While you were plodding around, cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase.
それは、丁寧にお掃除をしていたから、時間がかかってしまって。
That's because, I wanted to clean it properly, so it took some time. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly, without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunan cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible, so she could complete jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsuhi when Natsuhi was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased, and she spoke sternly. And yet, her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying, and finally made Shannon realize that she had said the wrong thing.
ならば、存分に丁寧な清掃を心がけなさい。シャノン、あなたにこのまま大広間の清掃も命じます。当主様の大切な絵画が多数飾られ、後宮家への賓客をお招きすることもある大切な広間です。誇り一つ残さないよう、あなたが納得するまで丁寧に清掃なさい。もちろん今日中にです。それを終えて私に報告するまで、食事も休憩も許しません。
Then perhaps you should aim to do a thorough cleaning. Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed, and where honored guests of the Ushiromiya family are welcomed. Clean it thoroughly so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course, you will finish before the day is out. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest.
わかりましたね。
Understood?
はい。奥様。
Yes, madam.
結構。使用人はその言葉だけを口にするように。次の口答えには、より厳しい罰を与えますから、そのつもりで。よく胸に刻んでおきなさい。
That is good. Servants should endeavor to only use those words. The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe. So with that in mind, engrave these words into your heart.
はい、奥様。
Yeah, poor Shannon.
ご指導をありがとうございます。
Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance. And like it's not like these guys are slaves or anything, they're just servants. They get treated real harsh.
どういたしまして。
You are welcome. Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Natsui headed off down the corridor. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be at least able to I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? Because I can't even perform that very well, that I'm crying so pathetically. But what's even more shameful is that not only have I been unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now, when Natsuki was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me. If only George-sama were here, would he casually step in and save me? Surely he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on, nimbly changing the subject, make me forget that I've ever been rebuked by Natsuhi. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting, and I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Ava clearly told me. Been repeating over and over in my dreams.
姉さんは相変わらず不器用だね。
The furniture, though. How dare you, sir?
奥様は今朝から虫の居所が悪い。黙ってうなずいていればいいものを余計なことを言うから。
You're still as clumsy as always, Nei-san. The lady has been in a bad mood since this morning. That just now happened because you talked too much. You should have just hung your head in silence. Yeah, it's weird to think how this is fine. I mean, I'm sure it's still considered fine in some places. Cannon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. He probably could have stood there forever, and she still wouldn't have noticed him. The expression on Cannon's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself.
奥様も、そしてルノンも地獄へ落ちろ。あいつは奥様がどこをチェックするか知ってて、そこしか掃除しない。さっきの掃除もそうだった。見ていたから知ってる。本当の意味での掃除なんかしてないんだよ。
Remember this is several decades ago in a very rich family? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's still weird to think about, just being so mean to your helpers. I mean, you can have people that berate the people if they're not doing well, but it seems like Natsuhi's mean to Shannon all the time. Well, I mean, basically, it's... I guess it's not that different from some places. I mean, just replace Natsuhi with the manager. And, yeah. I'm sure some people... well, maybe even some people here would know how that is. So I guess it shouldn't be that strange to me. Just remembering again how mean people can be. I mean, like I said, you gotta get upset sometimes at people if they're not doing their jobs, but it seems like Natsuhi's mean all the time. Natsuhi is not a very good manager.
丁寧に掃除する姉さんに寄生してるだけの最低なやつだ。
Madam and Lunan can fall into hell. That person knows where Madam checks and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know because I saw. She wasn't really cleaning. She's just the worst kind of parasite, leeching off your thorough cleaning.
そんな汚い言葉を使ってはダメよ。汚い言葉はカノン君の綺麗な魂まで怪我してしまう。だからせめて私の前ではそんな言葉遣いをしないで。ね。
You mustn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Canon-kun. So at least don't use those words in front of me. Okay? We gotta clean up your speech. Canon turned away as though sulking. It was a reaction that hid his true feelings, which were very like Canon. But I was a little happy. He was getting mad for my sake. Okay, sometimes the narrator here is Shannon, and then sometimes it's just nobody in particular.
大広間の掃除は大変だよ。僕も手伝う。
Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help.
ありがとう。でも奥様に命じられたのは私だから大丈夫。カノン君にも自分のお仕事があるんでしょ。
Thank you. But I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Canon-kun?
汚らわしい仕事だよ。僕の魂なんてとっくに汚れてる。
It's a filthy job. My soul was polluted long ago. Canon then hung his head and bit his lower lip.
手伝ってくれるという言葉だけで私は十分。カノン君も自分の仕事に戻らないとあなたまで罰を受けることになっちゃう。そしたら私は悲しい。
Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well. And that would make me sad. Shannon knew Cannon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. I don't refuse forcefully. He'll help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Cannon was a little sad that his goodwill had been rejected, but he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her more in the end, and he gave a single small sigh.
わかったよ。姉さんも頑張って。
Understood. Do your best, Nei-san.
それに私にも責任はあるから。
Yes. And I am also partly to blame.
姉さんには責任なんて何もないよ。
You aren't at fault at all, Nei-san.
ううん、あるの。だからもう言って。
No, I am. So go now. Canon-kun's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Canon-kun came to give me words of comfort when I was down, even so, I was dejected again because it wasn't him. That in itself was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt her concentration begin to waver. But if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsui's permission to eat. That cruel Natsui had surely told the kitchen something to that effect. I have to respectfully receive Madam's punishment. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a dream that's beyond me. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe my hunger made my nose more sensitive. I could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away, and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Natsui can be very cruel. Yeah, it seems weird, like I mean, she did get complimented by Kinzo, and Kinzo's not a good guy. I mean, she's got that noble side. I mean, so far, we've just occasionally seen her being rude to Shannon. And then she hasn't been able to control her emotions in group conversations, but we've seen her sort of redeem herself with protecting the kids and whatnot. That doesn't make her seem too bad. Or rather, that makes her seem better. But now we're seeing her bully Shannon more. So. Like, I sort of wonder if there's some twisted logic behind it. Or if she's just being mean. Natsui clearly sees the servants as being below her in the family. Yeah. Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. I just had to resolve myself to doing it. Both in episode 1 and here. Yeah. I mean, part of it could be explained by like technically I mean, yeah, the servants are working for the Ushiromias, and they're doing grunt work, which, I mean, you have to have some sort of hierarchy there. But yeah, Natsui's pushing it too far. Especially with the not eating thing. And after all, these are kids. Well, the older servants are, of course, not kids, but Shannon and Cannon are kids. They're like, what? Aren't they like 15 or less? Or wait, no. No, Shannon's actually like 18, isn't she? How old is Cannon again? Is Cannon like 15? Oh, but still. They're still pretty young. I don't think this tells age. Yeah. But yeah, I think they were around there. Shannon has to be older because she's dating George. Although not at this point. But I think Cannon was a fair amount younger. I don't know, does Natsui treat the older servants badly? Or is it just Shannon? I don't think we've seen her really treat the older servants badly. Just because of them being servants. I mean, she did push them out of the safe room in episode 1. That was because she genuinely thought they were a danger. She treated Genji with respect. Yeah. Even though she was pushing them out, she did treat them pretty much with respect there. She was just afraid. Genji never disrespected her. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the servants are supposed to like stay out of the way, do their job, and do it in a timely manner. It's understandable that if they don't do those things, or don't abide by those rules, then get upset. But you don't just like stop them from eating. That's a little too far. I don't know. Did I read this? Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup, just had to resolve myself doing it. Oh, as the narration said just before, she talked back to Natsui. This is punishment for that. Yeah. I mean, you could get upset for being talked back to. But that was overkill. Definite overkill. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought to be hold a special meaning amongst the servants. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. Definitely agree with that, yeah. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair drawn as the subject of that portrait. Beatrice. It's just Natsui's reasoning? Yeah. I mean, I've mentioned before in episode 1 that I think Natsuhi has gotten twisted in her thinking. I think that was who I mentioned getting twisted. Well, and also her husband. Oh, I can't think of the name right now. What's his name again? Kraus. Yeah. I think both Kraus and Natsuki have gotten twisted. So like they may have started out better, but the things they do are not really the beginning intent, or the beginning intent just gets twisted so horribly that it comes out and you're just like, what the heck are you doing? I was saying, like, Kraus seems to care for Natsuhi and Jessica, but the way he says things and whatnot, like he's gotta take care of his spot as the head of household, and yeah, so he has to be careful on how he says things and the way he does things, and I think that just warped him so much that, yeah, his initial feelings got twisted into something horrible. And the same with Natsuhi, I think. I've got that scene in episode 1 where we pushed Natsuhi away. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if it's the one you're mentioning, but I remember when they were having the discussion between the three other siblings and Kraus, when they were trying to get money out of Kraus, Natsuhi couldn't keep her cool, and then Kraus is just like, why don't you leave the room for a little while? And I could sort of see that being protection for Natsuhi, but also himself. And it's not like he would have necessarily meant that in a bad way, but it's just the way he did it and all that. Oh, yeah. He's let his position get to his head. A very warped family in general. Gold, money corrupts. At least Kinzo validated Natsuhi. This is true, yeah. I mean, but like I said, Kinzo Kinzo is not a good guy either. Even if he started out as a decent guy, I mean, he started the death game, so. While that is a nice thing for Natsuhi, it's also from his warped point of view. Okay, portrait of Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinzo, the family head. And also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo the gold of the legend. The witch, Beatrice, master of the night on Rakanjima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs, such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine to tell the witch, who only existed inside the portrait, the secrets of her heart. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain, cannot complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. She had no right to open her mouth and say those words. So, she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart, using words she couldn't say aloud, and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't laugh at all. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably.
ベアトリーチェ様、みすぼらしい私の話を聞いてください。
Beatrice-sama, please listen to the story of my worthless self. As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke that inside her heart.
私は確かにエヴァ様の言う通り、無能で無教養な家具です。人じゃない。だから、恋をする資格などないかもしれません。でも、だったら、どうして恋を知ることのできる心など、お与えになったのでしょうか。
I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Ava-sama said. I'm not a person. So maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart that can know love? Say all your troubles to the witch. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Yes. At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. The sound of the rain, which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level.
本当の家具なら、 心なんかない。だから、人を愛したりしなくて済むじゃないですか。だから苦しまない。私も同じ家具なのに、こんな苦しくて辛い思いをするなら、こんな心なんて与えないでほしかった。
Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart? If it's going to be painful and this harsh, I wish I was never given a heart like this.
なるほど。
Oh my.
家具に心を与えたか。あれも時には愉快なことをする。
I see. So, a heart was given to furniture. It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then. The witch that never answered or laughed, answered, and laughed. The witch who laughed. Was it my imagination? Was I hearing things? No, that's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears.
人間は世界を構成する元素について紀元前の昔から探求を続けてきた。古代ギリシャ人たちは風、火、水、土の4つで世界の説明を試みたという。その後も数千年かけて人間たちはその4つに様々な元素を加え、5代、6代、7代、8代、12代と様々な解釈で世界を説明しようとしたが、唯一の真実である一なる元素を説明することはできなかった。
Humans have continually searched for the elements that make up the world since before the modern era. It is said that in ancient times, the Greeks tried explaining the world with 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. And after that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those 4, trying to explain the world with several interpretations, such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and the 12 elements. But they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, a single element.
しかし、星の導きによって現れた一人の男が、ついに何かわかるか？
However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star, and finally explained the single element that makes up the world. Know what it is?
誰？
Who? It's supposed to be Jesus. Interesting. Shannon fearfully turned around. And started hallucinating. I think so, at least. Interesting. Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, but as reality. The contrast made by the lightning made it clear that this was no mere daydream.
それは愛よ。
It's love. Guidance of a star and all. That makes sense. Yeah. Guidance of a star. in the teachings heavily favored love. Yeah. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thoughts to stray from far from the most simple answer.
その男は世界のすべてを愛で説明した。それこそが一なる元素。男は最小の数で世界の構成を説明しきったのだ。なんとも単純明快にして豪快爽快愉快痛快。やがてその男の生まれた年は西暦紀元と呼ばれるようになったがな。
That man explained everything in the world with love. That is the single element. That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant and thrilling. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era. Yeah. So, that definitely sounds like referring to Jesus. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first word should be to ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. No. Surely it would be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island, beside Kinzo.
ベアトリーチェ様。
いかにもわらわがベアトリーチェである。千年を経ても人がわらわを見て最初に浮かべる表情は変わらんな。
Indeed, I am Beatrice. Even after 1,000 years, I see that people still always give me that look when we first meet. Beatrice doesn't exist. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back.
お前の悩みは愛ゆえよ。それはすなわち世界の一なる元素。つまりこの世のすべてだ。それが満たされぬということは世界が満たされぬに同じこと。それは穴の開いた水筒に水を汲み続けるのに似ている。汲めども汲めども満たされぬ永遠の心の砂漠。人間の基礎にして全てにして現在。
The source of your troubles is love. Love, the single element that makes up this world. In other words, it is everything in this world. When it is lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different than scooping water into a canteen with a hole in it. Even if you scoop and scoop, that eternal desert of the heart never fills. It is the original sin that humans are founded upon, and everything is made of.
わかるか？知識の実を口にしたアダムとイブが知ったのは愛だったのだ。それを知ったがゆえに人は楽園を追われ人足り得たのだ。すなわちそれは愛を知り苦しむからこそ人であること。心優しき娘よ。
そなたは誇っていい。それを知った今、そなたはもはや家具にあらず。そなたは今こそ我が名にかけてそれを認めようぞ。
Understand? When Adam and Eve put the fruit of knowledge to their lips, love is what they learned of. Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human. Which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human. Kind-hearted child, you ought to be praised. Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture. You are now human. I recognize that with all the authority of my name.
凡庸の身には理解も辛き話か。まあよいわ。許すがいい。久しぶりに人間と話すのでな。饒舌が過ぎたことを謝ろう。
Is it hard for a common person to understand? Very well then. Forgive me. It has been a long time since I have spoken with a human. Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness. Without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while.
詫びと言ってはなんだが、わらわの力でそなたのその願望を叶えてやってもよいぞ。
Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power, if you so desire. You know, I sort of wonder if Kinzo set this up. Well, I don't know. I mean, or maybe Kinzo just laid the groundwork for it, and then Beatrice finished setting everything up. Because that epitaph, as they call it, was written when the portrait went up, I think. Oh, when I say set it up, I mean this whole situation. Like, on the epitaph, how exactly does it say again? There we go. Tear apart the two who are close. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it's not referring to Shannon and George. Shannon died on the first Twilight. Oh wait. Yeah. Resurrection of the love that was lost. There, that should be referring to Shannon and George. Yeah, so I sort of wonder if Kinzo tried to set up the groundwork for this, so that we have all this stuff. I mean, Eva and Hideyoshi were the two who are close. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, without Shannon and George, there would be no love that was lost. Oh, well, I don't know, maybe they could have shuffled the characters differently. Oh, right, Maria wished for the, lost love of her mother. Right, I forgot that's how they did that. Okay, so I'm just grasping at shadows here. Yeah, resurrection of the love that was lost. That's not actually resurrecting a person. Jessica and George both did Resurrection of the Dead Souls, I guess. Maria chose Resurrection of the Love That Was Lost. Battler didn't choose. Okay. Yeah, that was a derp theory. And then everyone was chewed by demons and went to hell. Yay! The end. Happy ending, there we go. Okay. Are you willing to grant that wish? Nani? The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance. But now we're here with Beatrice! Uh...
そなたを思い人と添い遂げさせてやってもよいと言っている。本来ならばそれに見合うだけの対価を要求するところだが。
I'm offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally, I would demand something of equal value in return.
わらわは機嫌が良い。それに、そなたはわらわへの礼を欠かさず、今日までよく尽くした。それへの褒美としてやってもよい。
However, I am in a good mood. You've never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. It's something worth rewarding.
本当ですか?
Is that true? Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by the seemingly impossible guess. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded.
わらわの魔法にかかれば、思い人と結ばれるように取り計らうなど造作もない。
With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love. Yes, of course. Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with her last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch, a sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books warned me about when I was young, is right in front of me now.
イフもまた敬いの一つよ。心地よくはあるが、これでは拉致が開かぬな。
Fear is also a form of respect. It may be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress this way.
わらわは確かに、そなたらが意味嫌う魔女像から離れはせぬ。だが、わらわは敬う者には好意を返す。それは人間も同じであろう。そのように身構えられて好意を返せる人間も、またおらぬと思うがな。
I may not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Aren't humans the same? Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such a hostile attitude.
失礼しました。そんなつもりは。
My apologies. I didn't mean... Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest. And she finally digested the words which had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture. Now you are a human. As she reflected upon those words, Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries.
さっきの、その、 りの話って何ですか？
What was that, just now about a reward? Shannon graduated from furniture? Shannon is now Pinocchio.
お前がその心を虜にする男と結ばれるように取り計らってもいいと言っている。
You know, I have to wonder if that played any part in this, like the story of Pinocchio.
わらわの肖像画を日々丹念に磨いてくれたことへの礼とでも思うがよい。
I say that I can arrange for you to be joined with the man who has captured your heart. Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day.
安心せよ。対価は求めぬ。わらわは気前がよい。だがな、対価は求めぬが、頼みがある。
Calm yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I'm generous. However, though I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request, said the devil. Ah, yes. There's the kicker. Look, here it comes. Part of Shannon's heart sent her a warning. This is what all those scary picture books she'd read when she was little had warned her about.
この島のすぐ近くの海に岩が覗き、そこに小さな鳥居と祠が設けてあるのを知っているか？
Do you know of the small torii and shrine that have been constructed on the ocean very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs? Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached Rakanjima by boat, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef that was too small to even be called an islet. Islet? Islet? Islet. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa-san told me its history, but I can't remember it well. A traveling Tsugenja, a kind of holy man, had built it or prayed there or something.
ええ、知っていますが、それが何か。
Yes, I know about it. But why do you bring it up?
魔に通じぬものに一から説明はせぬ。早い話がだな。あれには参っておるのだ。実はな、あの祠の中にある鏡が収められている。それをそなたに割ってほしいというのだ。
I will not explain everything, including the very basics, to one ignorant of demons. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it. It was quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but anything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? Why would a witch ask a human for help, instead of doing it herself? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her an answer.
あの鏡の魔力はわらわの魔力と相対する。人の言葉でうまく説明できぬな。例えれば食器の違いとでも言おうか。あの鏡はフォークで、わらわの力はスープなのだ。フォークでスープは飲めまい？あの鏡の押し付けさえなければ、わらわはスープを飲むのにぴったりのスプーンが用意できるというわけだ。それさえあれば、スープも飲めるし、岩ろうだって掘り抜けるぞ。目玉だってえぐり貫ける。 だったか。
The magical power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? Well, you could if you tried really, really hard. If only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a soup, or a spoon, ideal for drinking soup. After that, I could drink soup as I pleased, and even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even gouge someone's eye out with it. Was that not the phrase? Beatrice sounding real sus right about now.
何の話かわかりません。私の無教養のせいだとしたら謝ります。
I don't know what you're talking about. If my poor education is to blame, I apologize. Beatrice sounding sus? Never! Why would you sound sus?
こういうことだ。あの忌々しい鏡をわらわのために割る手間をかけてくれたなら、その褒美としてそなたの願いを叶えてやるということだ。
It comes down to this. If you take action and break that annoying mirror for me, I shall grant your wish as a reward. Oh? So now it's a reward for taking action, you say? I thought you were going to do it with no cost. Interesting.
今日のわらわは本当に機嫌がいい。そなたが望むなら願い事を変えて金蔵に授けた黄金を丸ごとくれてやることにしてもよいぞ。
Beatrice being manipulative? Never, yeah. I'm in quite a good mood today. You may even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kinzo, if you so desire.
Oh, お断りします。
I refuse. Oh? Debated?
なんと。
What? When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed.
理由があれば聞かせよ。誤解があるなら解こうぞ。
If you have a reason, tell me. There has been some misunderstanding. I shall resolve it.
理由なんてよくわかりません。でも今日までこの島は平和で何も起こりませんでした。なら鏡を割らなくても今日までと同じ平和がこれからも続いていくはずです。
I don't really understand the reason, but up until now, this island had been at peace, and nothing bad has happened. Copium. So, even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future. Yeah, so the reason she doesn't take the deal is because nothing that bad has happened yet. Yet.
なるほどなるほど。それはもっともだな。
Yeah, let's indirectly ask the witch to create something bad.
そなたの言う通りだ。あれを割らぬなら、割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が、明日わらわが絶対の保証をしようではないか。
Darn it. Accidentally skipped a little bit of dialogue. Yes, you're quite right. It's just as you say. If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue into tomorrow and the next day. Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee?
ベアトリーチェの名にかけて言う。
Uh-oh.
割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が明日も明後日も続こうぞ。それは永久に、永遠に。
I shall stake my name, Beatrice, on it. The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow and the next day, and for eternity in perpetuity. Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. The mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So, if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself. And yet, Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched around.
わらわはあくまでも褒美としてそなたに思いを成就する機会を与えたに過ぎぬ。割ろうが割るまいがそなたの自由だ。割ればわらわはそなたの願いを叶える。
I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition. It's up to you to decide whether you'll break it or not. If you break it, I shall grant your wish.
割らねば今日までの明日が永遠に続く。そなたの願いは永遠に叶うことはない。わかるか？何を言っているか。
If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean? The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it.
やめてください。そんなの聞きたくない。
Please, stop it. I don't want to hear something like that.
そなたを苦しめたかったわけではないのだがな。まあいい。愛に狂しさを感じるも人間の醍醐味よ。その感情を存分に楽しむがよい。
It was never my goal to cause you pain. Oh well. When love leads to madness, that is when we shall see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content.
だが、我が力を借りたいと願ったなら、いつでもあの鏡を割るがよい。そして、我が名を叫び、呼び覚ますがよい。わらわは必ず約束を守るだろう。これならば文句はあるまい？そなたに今すぐの決断を迫るわけではない。気楽であろう？
However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time. And then you may yell my name and awaken me. I will certainly keep my promise. In this way, you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not? Morgan Short 600 million in C minor. An interesting name. Yeah. Beatrice just casually spreading poison. Like, yeah, you can do it at any time you want. Leaving the option open for eternity. Was it really such an easy thing to do? No, it certainly wasn't. To Shannon, who was burning with infatuation, worried by love, being tempted constantly and eternally with a way out was truly a cruel trial.
この約束に期限は設けぬが、願いを叶える魔法には期限がある。その期限はわらわが決めるのではない。そなたの思い人が自ら決める。
Reminder that the scene before this chapter, okay, was or Shannon breaking the mirror. Yeah, I remember. So I don't know. It feels a little weird for them to put this after the mirror break scene, but I guess it's not too weird.
意味がわかるか？
I won't set a time limit on that promise, but there is a time limit on the magic that can grant you your wish. That limit is not of my making. The one you love will decide it himself. You see my meaning?
わかりません。
No, I don't understand.
そなたの思い人が愛のちぎりを結ぶべき相手を決めた時がその期限となる。わらわは魔女だが鬼ではない。互いを愛し合う二人を引き裂く魔法は持ち合わせていないのでな。
When the one you love, or when the one you care for finds the partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that limit will be reached. I may be a witch, but I am no demon. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other.
そなたの思い人は近いうちに見合いに臨むそうだな。そなたは世界で一番その男のことを思っているかもしれん。だが世界で一番ふさわしいとは限らんぞ。
The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes? You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. However, that doesn't mean you are the most suitable partner for him, does it?
わらわは見合いの相手を知っている。その娘は世界で一番後宮ジョージにふさわしい。良い学校を出て良い成績を残し落ち着きがあって思慮深い。お前より美しくお前より聡明でお前よりふさわしい。
I know with whom he will be having his marriage meeting. That girl is the most suitable for Ushiromiya George in the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possesses both composure and thoughtfulness. She is more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you.
お前のような無知無能無教養の娘がどうしてふさわしかろうか。お前が一番知っている。
Hey there, Ava.
お前が一番ふさわしくない。お前と後宮ジョージが結ばれるなど想像するだけでも罪深い。愚かしいことよ。愚かしい愚かしい身の程知れい。義務教育に行かせてもらった恩も忘れて身の程を知りなさい。
How could an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You know better than anyone. There are none less suitable than you. Even imagining that you and Ushiromiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish, foolish, foolish. Know your place. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place.
ジョージはお父様の血を引く孫の中では嫡男にあたるのよ。ひょっとしたら未来の後宮家を背負うことになるかもしれない人。 その期待に応えるためにたくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい大学に入り素晴らしい成績を残しているわ。そんなジョージと無能無資格無教養な使用人風情が釣り合うと本気でお思い？
George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushiromiya family someday in the future. To answer that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Okay, so this is what Ava said before. I don't know if this is like a flashback of her saying that. Or if Beatrice was mimicking it. Hmm.
やめろ！シャノンをいじめるな！貴様は誰だ！
Stop it! Don't bully Shannon! Who the hell are you? At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. If this was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered.
カノン君、下がって。この方は。
Cannon-kun, stay back. This person is... It seemed Cannon also realized that this being standing before him was the witch of the portrait, and also that she was something to be feared.
シャノンに褒美を取らせたかっただけだが、わらわの言葉が過ぎ、いじめてしまったようだな。それは謝ろう。
I simply wished to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. I must apologize for that.
だが、先ほどの約束は、そなたへの褒美として残してゆく。わらわの力が必要ならば、いつでも呼び出すといい。その方法はすでに教えた。
But I shall leave behind that promise as a reward to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I have already told you how.
では、これにて今宵は退散しよう。敵意の眼差しは心地よくあるが、美容にはちと悪いのでな。
Well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes?
消えろ。お前が何者か知らないが、お前はシャノンを脅かしている。二度と現れるな！
Disappear. I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon. Don't ever show yourself again. Canon words seemed to deeply annoy the witch.
言葉を選ばぬか下賤め。わらわは敬う者に寛大だが、敬わぬ者には残酷であるぞ。
Watch your language, lowborn. I may be gracious to those who respect me, but I am brutal to those who do not. While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then, an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying. When you swim in the ocean and something large passes by in the water beneath you, you want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. That's exactly what this was like.
おやめください、ベアトリーチェ様。カノン君はまだ子供なんです。言葉遣いについては謝ります。
Please stop, Beatrice-sama. Canon-kun is still a child. I apologize for his language. Canon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was tense sweat on his forehead. At that time, the witch certainly held Canon's fate in the palm of her hand. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held a grasp on his fate so tight that a single twist of her smile could easily crush it. Canon understood that as well, so he started sweating. His knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed.
よかろう。そなたが求めるなら特別に許そう。カノンとやら彼女に免じて今宵は許して使わす。感謝するがよいぞ。さて今宵はこれで退散する。
Very well. If you ask, I will forgive you just this once. Canon, is it? In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. You ought to thank me. Well then, let us call it a night.
別れの挨拶に一つ土産を残そう。二人とも左手の手のひらをこちらへかざせ。
In parting, I shall leave you with a small souvenir. Hold out the palm of your left hands, you two. And Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers. Their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will, and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands now belonged to someone else. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling.
これは何の真似だ。
What are you trying to do? Canon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hand of his own free will.
騒ぐな。すぐに済む。
Don't struggle. It will be over soon. Beatrice held her pipe aloft. A gold-colored, sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. That sparkle eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely throughout the reception hall, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon's and Cannon's hands. Solar flare! There was a sharp pain, as though they had been burned. When the two of them tried to examine their palms, that hold on their bodies, which had been there a second ago, had gone without a trace.
あざ、これは
A mark? What is... There was now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hand, and it was shaped like a butterfly.
これは何の真似だ。
What is this supposed to be? Apparently, Canon had the same mark on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully.
単なる挨拶よ。他はない。ただのあざに過ぎぬからほんの数日で言えよう。手当ても必要ない。それはわらわが確かに今日ここにあり、そなたと約束を交わしたことを明日に忘れさせぬための印だ。
Simple greeting. I have no hidden motive. It is nothing more than a bruise, so it will heal in just a few days. There's not even any need to care for it. I made that mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here, and that I made a promise with you.
わらわとの出会いは刺激が強い。 翌朝にわらわとの出会いを夢か幻と思い込み忘れようとする人間も時にはいるのでな。ゆっくり考えるがいいぞシャン。そしてゆっくりと休み、明日の朝日に我が印を見て改めて考えてみるがいいだろう。
An encounter with me can be quite shocking. Sometimes, when the next morning comes, people try to think of such an encounter as a dream or an illusion. You ought to consider this slowly and carefully, Shannon. And you should probably take a good rest. Look at my mark tomorrow morning, and try considering it again.
わらわは何も強要せぬ。そなたが自らの意志で自由に未来を決めるがいい。もっとも欲する者の対価がその程度で済むとはな。悲恋をテーマに戯曲を書き上げた偉人たちが悔しがるぞ。
I shall not coerce you in any way. You should freely decide your future by your own will. Still, to think that one could obtain the object of their desire for such a small price. Surely this would annoy to no end the great artists who write plays about blighted love.
それでは縁があったらまた会おう。久しぶりの会話は実に楽しかったぞ。さらばだ家具ども。
Well then, let us meet again when the chance arises. How entertaining it is to have a conversation again after so much time. Goodbye, furniture. Wow. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden splash before disappearing into thin air. Man, she's got that pay-to-win teleportation skin. After that, only the cold silence was left. That just makes me think of Destiny 2 Transmat. She just transmatted away with the golden butterfly skin. It was so silent, it made both of them think they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago. Which was why the witch had left those marks. She had done so to make it impossible for them to think of this as a daydream. As Shannon and Cannon remembered the butterfly bruises on their hands and the pain they'd felt when they'd been made, they kept standing still, stunned. And from that moment on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. During all this, did Shannon clean the reception hall? Maybe the witch just made everything clean when she disappeared. Should be easy to do, right? Nani?
別部屋ってなんだよ。じゃあわざわざシャノンとジョージ兄さんは別の部屋に泊まったのかよ。
What? What do you mean separate rooms? So wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Jessica, get your mind out of the gutter.
はい。そんなにもおかしかったでしょうか。
Yes. Is it really so strange? Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with a chocolate-coated Shinsoko biscuit that Shannon had brought as a present from Okinawa. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. What a waste of chocolate.
シャノンさ、何のために沖縄まで旅行に行ったんだよ。
Wait. Hold on. I gotta look what this is. What is a Chinsoko? Or Chinsuko? Yeah, Chinsuko. Okay. Traditional sweet made in Okinawa. Small biscuit made of mostly lard and flour, with a mild and sweet flavor similar to shortbread. Okay. So it's sort of like a little shortbread biscuit. I would sort of liken it to graham cracker. I guess, maybe, I don't know. A little chocolate coated one of those.
それもジョージ兄さんと二人っきりで。
Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were even alone with George Nissan.
それはとても大きな水族館が沖縄にあるからぜひ行こうって誘われて、私お魚とか好きですし。
いやだからさ。
Almost, or I didn't read over Shannon in time. Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. You think Ava knew about the trip? I feel like she'd be able to find out, but it depends how well George hid it. I don't know, because I assume he would hide it from her. But I don't know.
健全な男女がお泊まりありで旅行に行ったわけだろ。それでチューもなければギューもないのかよ。ましてや部屋は男女で別部屋ってなんだよ。
No, that's not the point. We're talking about a healthy guy and girl going on an overnight trip, right? And you're saying there weren't even any hugs and kisses? Wow, Jessica, how lewd. And seriously, what's up with the guy and girl staying in different rooms? Man, next she's gonna suggest hand-holding. Oh my goodness.
チューについてはノーコメントです。でもギューはありましたよ。ジョージさんの胸温かかったです。
As for kisses, no comment. But we did hug. George-san's chest was warm.
そういうことじゃねえぜ。なあもう、なんだってこんなカップルがいるんだよ。なあもう、じれってえぜ。
That's not the point. Geez, why do couples like this exist? Geez, I can't take it anymore. From Shannon's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons. But it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. For a while, Jessica chewed her present, complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip to be an aquarium must have held some commemorative value.
そんな記念の節目の初のお泊まり旅行なら、いろいろと進展するもんがあるはずだぜ。それが男女別部屋、カップルでシングルを2部屋。ああもう本当にどうかしてるぜ。
It's like a huge commemorative turning point. And your first overnight trip. How could you not make all kinds of progress there? But instead, you both got separate rooms? A couple taking 2 single rooms? Oh, geez, seriously, what's wrong with you?
それはお互い独身の男女ですし、ジョージさんがそこをしっかりするのが男女のマナーだとおっしゃって。
But we're both unmarried. George-san says that showing restraint is good manners for a couple.
だからそれを踏み越えるためのお泊まり旅行じゃねえのかよ。もはやキューとかギューとかのレベルじゃねえぜ。
Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so that you could overcome this stage, right? You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now.
お嬢様がどういう意味でおっしゃってるのかわかりませんが。
She wants them to hold hands. Oh, the horror. It's too lewd.
Emotional damage.
ジョージ様は最後まで本当に紳士でいてくださいました。それは私もそういうことがあるかなというか。でも私たちお付き合いはしてますけど、別に結婚してるわけじゃないし。
Lady, I don't know what you mean by that, but George-sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if those things would happen, you know? But even though we are going out, I mean, it's not like we're married or anything.
お嬢様が期待されているようなことはちゃんと神様の前で誓いを立ててからするべきです。するべきです。
These things you seem to be expecting, should only be done after making a vow before God. Yeah, Jessica, save the hand-holding for after marriage. Shannon's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining, separating, and making hearts with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had wanted to looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her.
私も彼氏欲しい。シャノンに先を越されたのが悔しい。彼氏作るときは一緒だぜって約束したのに抜け駆けされた。
I want a boyfriend too. I can't believe you got ahead of me. Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me.
お嬢様は素敵な方ですから、私なんかよりきっと素敵な方がすぐに現れます。
You're a wonderful person, milady. So I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me.
そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。シャノンの裏切り者、出ていけ。
Don't try to console me. Shannon, you traitor. Get out. Shut up. And coughing fit. Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. She breathed in the medicine, and after a while managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. As she did, one more small cushion came flying at her, came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek.
お嬢様
Milady?
シャノンさ、正直に言って、私、髪型とか、変かな。
Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff weird?
まさか。お嬢様の髪はとてもお美しいと思います。
What are you saying? I think your hair is very beautiful.
じゃあ、目とか変かな、鼻とか変じゃないかな。やっぱり、喋り方がダメなのかな。だから彼氏できないのかな。
Then are my eyes strange? Or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend?
そんなはずはありませんよ。お嬢様はそのままで十分に素敵です。そしてその魅力はこれからもっともっと増していくと思いますよ。
Of course not. Milady, you are wonderful enough as you are. And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on.
でも、私だけ彼氏できない。サクもヒナも彼氏できたのに、私にだけできないよ。やっぱり、私には魅力ないからかな。みんなね、文化祭に彼氏連れてくるんだって。私もその日までにはきっと彼氏いるって思って、彼氏だけできやしない。私だけ。
Sag. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Saku and Hina managed to get boyfriends, but only I can't. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. And I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. I'm the only one. Aww. Oh my. Jessica's original sprite is much better than George's, at least. Not that that's hard. Yeah. I don't think I've seen Jessica's original sprite. Let me see. Bring it up here as well so everybody can see it. Let's see, so there's the original sprite. That's not bad. Pachinko version. And then I think we saw George's last time. Let me look at that again. Yeah. The derp. So many spoilers at the wiki? Oh. Okay, well. I wasn't really looking at anything else. Sorry if anybody else saw anything. That's right, I wasn't thinking of that. I mean, thankfully they have their pictures right up there at the top. Let's see. Yeah, we've seen Battler. We saw original Maria. So we saw the original sprites of the four kids. Before she realized it, Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and love as a friend. However, as she cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushiromiya family, and as a girl isolated on Rockinjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little.
ごめん。涙出ちゃうなんて私変だぜ。ごめん。
Sorry, I'm so weird crying like this. Sorry.
お嬢様は素敵な方です。そんなお嬢様に素敵な男性が現れないわけがありません。
You are a wonderful person, milady. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man.
シャノン、もう時間だろ。早く行かないとまたゲンジさんや母さんに怒られるぜ。私は全然平気だから早く行きなよ。悪いな、泣いちゃったりなんかしてさ。バカみてえだぜ、私。
Shannon, it's about time, right? If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will be mad. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. Such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore, bowed her head, and left the room. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart.
私も恋がしたい。
I also want to fall in love. The next day. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. But what she saw was that witch.
ベアトリーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。どうだ？その後、そなたの思い人との仲は順調か？
It's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since we last met? As Beatrice sat on the rose ark, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses, and it might have been dangerous if the ark fell over. But this was a witch, after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time.
はい。おかげさまで順調です。
Yes. Thanks to you. It's going smoothly.
当然よ。わらわの魔法はてきめんである。そなたにはまるで、二人が出会うのはあらかじめ決められた運命であったかのように感じているかもしれぬ。だがそれは間違いよ。夢、運命だなどと思うでないぞ。
Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. Perhaps you feel your meeting was predetermined fate. However, that is a mistake. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. I wonder if she said that to keep the magic going. Like, if Shannon starts believing that it was all fate and it wasn't due to Beatrice's magic, maybe that would cause them to break up or something, and just, I don't know. Maybe Beatrice needs that magic to work for some reason. Or maybe Shannon is mental and she's just imagining this, but yeah.
それは分かってます。
I understand that. Beatrice acts in mysterious ways. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days, and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. No, it might be impossible in the future as well.
すまぬすまぬ。医者と同じよ。病に悩めばすがるくせに、治れば感謝も忘れる。魔女が感謝された試しはないのでな。つい卑屈になってしまった。許すがいい。
Sorry, please forgive me. It's just like doctors. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget to even thank them. I've never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. Remember to thank your doctors.
感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。ベアトリーチェ様のお力で幸せな思いができていること。そして、そのお力がなければ、私とジョージ様が寄り添う運命がなかったこと。
And thank your witches too.
決して忘れたことはありません。
The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind. It's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama. And without that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would never have happened. I've never forgotten that.
すまぬすまぬ。いじめに来たわけではないのにな。
Don't be like Battler, kids. Don't destroy the magic. Thank the witch.
口が悪いのはわらわが性分。許されよ。それより、聞いたぞ聞いたぞ。二人きりで旅行に行ったとな。さぞや楽しかったであろう。
Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you. Being rude is just part of my personality. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard. So you went on a trip alone with him? I imagine it must have been quite fun.
はい。とても楽しかったです。
Yes, it was very, fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly, as though amused by the speed of that transformation.
もはやそなたの思い人は一方的に思うだけの存在ではない。互いに思われる恋人同士よ。愛に満たされた二人にとって世界はただそれだけで成立する。素晴らしき理想の世界かな。 魔女も夜行というもの。
Already, the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart, without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried with all her might not to act surprised or scared.
そうだった。ベアトリーチェ様。
New friend acquired. Yeah. Beatrice is a wonderful friend, I'm sure.
旅行のお土産にお菓子を買ってきたんです。よかったらベアトリーチェ様もいかがでしょうか。
That's right. Beatrice-sama, I brought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip. Would you, like to try some too? Yeah, I sort of wonder if Beatrice sort of has a human side, or if she's just acting the entire time. Like, she's definitely fickle and cruel. But I wonder if she actually cares, or if it's just all an act. You know the answer to that? Well, yeah. I thought you do, but, I mean, don't tell me, of course. Just something I've been pondering.
ほう、魔女に見上げたの？
There's Wonder Arc. Hey, how's it going? Oh? A souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time. Oh, there's a hydrate. Okay. Yeah. And a posture check. Unshrimping myself. Hey, we're deep into relationship drama. Yeah, this has been more interesting than I thought it would be. Like, I thought we were just gonna go through their daily life, and yada yada, but having the witch show up a little bit is interesting.
ほほう、ラードと小麦粉で作った東洋クッキーか。それを西洋風にチョコで包むとは、まさに和洋折衷、菓子のシルクロードよの。
Oh, an Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard. To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles. The Silk Road of sweets.
なんだ、何がおかしい？
What? What's so funny?
いえ、失礼いたしました。
Nothing. My apologies. This witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter.
うん。しそうになったぞ。そなたには今度、ネロのドルチェビータでも振る舞おうぞ。 バラは永遠の愛の象徴。今のそなたにはバラのドルチェこそがふさわしかろう。
A good meal. I should serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days. Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy.
これ、本当にありがとうございました。もう私には十分だと思いますので、お返しします。
Here. I truly am grateful. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch.
返さずともよい。それに持ち続けていれば、二人の仲はこれからも永劫に盤石であろうな。
Well, there's no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Perpetuity.
出会いのきっかけは、確かに魔法の力で与えてもらったかもしれません。でも、その出会いを永遠のものにする努力は、二人で協力し合って続けていくものだと思います。
Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together, but I think that only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. Oh. Treading dangerous ground there, Shannon.
愛もバラと同じか。過ぎた世日は根を腐らせる。苦労せねば育めぬ花もあろう。ならば好きにするがよい。身につけず宝石箱の中にしまうもよかろう。それはそなたに送ったわらわの好意だ。それを返されてはわらわも愉快ではない。
Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may wear it or keep it in a box. That is my goodwill, given to you. Having you return it to me won't please me at all. Okay, thankfully Beatrice seems accepting of it, but she doesn't want it back. I mean, it makes sense. Like, even if that's not some kind of, well, I mean, she might have a reason to not want it back. Like, maybe it, I don't know, siphons the power of love to give her more magic power or something. But even if that's not the case, yeah, I could see why she wouldn't want it back. If that's actually a sign of goodwill, you don't give something to somebody and then like, here, have it back. I don't need this anymore. That would feel weird. I mean, unless it was stated before that it was just borrowed. I don't know. Let's see.
申し訳ございません。そういう意味で言ったわけじゃ。
My apologies. That's not what I...
気を害してなどおらぬ。そのブローチはすでにそなたのもの。わらわとの友情の証にせいぜい大事にしてくれれば少しは気も慰む。
No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort.
持ち続け、そのご利益を得るもよし、宝石箱にしまい込むもよし、望むなら恋路に悩む別の者に譲ろうと。そなたただ 大事にしてくれればよい。
Darn it, these pauses are catching me unaware.
さすがに粗末にされては心が痛むでな。
You may hold on to it and gain its benefits, or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you may even give it to another who is worrying about love. Or you could simply treasure it. Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, when most people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools they had been given with disgust.
だからわらわの行為に素直に感謝された試しは多くない。いや、初めてか。
So, it is quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. Yeah. I mean, just imagine if she was doing that out of goodwill. I mean, they don't really have any reason at that point to believe it's not out of goodwill. It's just the fact that she's a witch. So just imagine them being all like, "Oh yeah, I don't need this anymore." And then just turn hostile after she's done all that for them. Well, no wonder you got an evil witch on your hands. You sort of spurned her. Although I don't think it's that simple. But it's easy to imagine that at the moment. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch, with strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over. Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her, and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. Yeah, if I remember in the... was it the Witches' Tea Party? Or rather, when I say Witches' Tea Party, the Tea Party of Witches. Multiple witches. With Bernkastel. I think there was something about Beatrice being the rules of the world or something. Tea Party and Witches' Tea Party. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't know if Beatrice is actually evil. I don't know. I sort of wonder about that. Beatrice is a personification of the rules of the world. Yeah, that was it. That's what I'm thinking of. So, I feel like maybe there is some goodwill from Beatrice, judging by that, but there is also a lot of bad stuff, because, I mean, personification of the rules of the world, there's both good and bad. She's chaotic neutral. That's the feel I get. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone has something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. Ooh. Something... I can't remember where I got this idea from, but, I think there was something I've seen before about, not having to do with Umineko, but just there was some being that looked different to whoever saw it. And I wonder if it's sort of... I wonder if Beatrice is sort of like that. It's just... she acts differently depending on who she's with, whatnot. Some folklore thing? Possibly. I don't know. But yeah, if she is the personification of the rules of the world, it would sort of make sense that, like, yeah, well, even in Umineko here, it says she treats those, she treats the people that treat her with respect well, and people that don't respect her, she's not very nice to. So it's sort of you give good, you get good, and then you give bad, you get bad. I don't know. I don't know. Like, Kinzo got gold. I don't know what he was like before when he got the gold. Maybe he was a good person before. Just trying to rebuild the family. But then he eventually tried to start a murder game, and then he got killed. Although, I mean, Shannon died on the first night, so that's a little weird, but maybe it didn't really matter to Beatrice because she could always just resurrect Shannon. I don't know. Funky stuff. But yeah, it could be worth noting that maybe Beatrice does not act the same all the time. And it's not like an intentional thing. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsui got mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsui on the head with her pipe. I see. Natsui really doesn't notice a thing. Is that why Natsui has a headache? Maybe Beatrice just keeps hitting Natsuhi on the head, and that's why she gets a headache all the time. Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking, and had gotten scolded even more.
なら、親方様だったらどうでしょうか。魔法の研究とかをなさっているそうですし、きっとベアトリーチェ様のお姿にも気づいてくださると思います。
Then, what about the master? I hear he's been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama.
金蔵も同じよ。あれにも気の毒なくらいに魔法の才能がない。血だな。同情に値するほど才能がない。
Kinzo is the same. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent. It's the blood. He has so little talent that I pity him. How does he have little talent, and yet he got the gold from the witch, and he said, I mean, he clearly must have seen her before. Just a thought, but I wonder if the painter who painted the portrait of Beatrice actually saw Beatrice. That would explain why it's so lifelike. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of magical talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiromiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. According to that, Kinzo was given the gold after summoning the witch, Beatrice. In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Kinzo.
だからあれは才能のひとかけらもないくせに至ったのだ。狂ったように独学を重ね、魔術師の域にまで達した。
That was because he succeeded despite having not even a scrap of talent. He kept studying by himself like mad and managed to become a magician. Sounds like some kind of isekai. Just imagine sending Kinzo over to a different world with magic. Become the best magician ever. They'd have some long title like, I had no talent in magic, so I worked for 100 years and became the best magician in the world.
それはとてもすごいことなんですね。
And that's something really incredible, right? Sounds completely believable. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it would almost turn out like Eminence in Shadow. Get teleported to a different world and like just becomes an amazing magician and then solves everything, but he's just like, oh no, it can't be like that. It's just they're just playing with me. That would sort of be funny to read. Somebody make a fanfic of that. You know, I wouldn't put it past the fans of this franchise who have done that. I wonder if there is some kind of fanfic out there. Oh my. That scares me thinking of it. Indeed. The witch, who usually looked down on people, was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts.
そして親方様は魔法の力でベアトリーチェ様を呼び出した。
And then the master summoned Beatrice-sama with the power of magic and friendship.
まあ召喚に応えたのは気まぐれだ。魔法を否定して久しいこのご時世に才能のかけらもない者が必死にやっているのでな。少しからかってやろうと思ったのがわらわの運の尽きよ。
Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. After all, in this period where magic has long been denied, here was a man who was without a scrap of talent, yet so desperate to succeed. I thought I'd drop by and poke fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this has been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon.
一応書式もルールも揃っていた。いくつかの作法が混在していたが、まあその熱意に免じ寛大に契約に応じてやったのだ。そしてわらわは山なす黄金を与えてやった。
After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules. Various procedures were mixed up, but, well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted his contract. Then I gave him a mountain of gold. I feel like this supports my theory that, like, Beatrice is influenced by the people that she meets with and makes contracts with. I don't know. I mean, it said, yeah, that's when her luck ran out. Choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this has been for her. So, yeah, it's sort of like she just went along with it. I don't know. Something to think about.
そして親方様は、その黄金を使って事業を成功させ、今日の財を成すのですね。
Beatrice was never the villain. Perhaps. Perhaps. And then the master used that gold and succeeded in business, and grew his wealth into what it is today.
うん。魔法の才能はからっきしだが、商才と莫才はあったようだな。いや、理不尽なる賭けに全てを賭す勇気と狂気ゆえにか。狂気は時に魔力に通ずる。なるほど。その点から見れば、金蔵に魔法の才能が全くなかったとは言い切れんか。
Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling. Or perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets. Madness sometimes acts as magical power. You see, if you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold, in actuality, it was all rambling. Excuse me. It was all rambling that no one believed in. And now, Shannon was having this story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew.
そして、莫大な財産を得た金蔵は、人の世で手に入れることのできるすべての夢を叶えきった。そして、最後に世界の真理を求めたのだ。
Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that could be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human world. And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world.
世界の真理？
The truth of this world?
世界を構成する一なる元素。人の世で得られる全てを満たした金蔵は、人が求める最後の欲望としてそれを欲したのだ。
The single element that makes up the world. Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, searched for that, the final desire humans seek. The single element. He seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying that there was no need to worry. Really? You don't remember that? That seems pretty important. Single element of love.
わらわも金蔵を少し見くびっていた。まさかあれほどの力を見せるとは思わなかったのでな。
I underestimated Kinzo just a tad. I truly didn't expect him to display such power.
おかげでこのざまだ。茶飲み友達もなく、この島にもう何十年も縫い止められている。誰に話しかけようとも声は届かず、どこへ行くこともできない。なんとも退屈な数十年だったことよ。
And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been sewn in place on this island for several decades now, without even a friend to drink tea with. No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't reach them. And no matter where I go, I cannot do anything. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily. Not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. And she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon had helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this.
ベアトリーチ様が私に割るように言ったあの鏡は一体何なのですか？
Beatrice-sama, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break?
ああ、その話か。この辺りの島で大昔いろいろとあったらしくてな。そのせいで良くないものがたまり、悪い歪みを引き寄せていたのだ。それを旅の東洋魔術師か何かが鎮魂の社を建立して封じ込めたらしい。
Ah, that. Long ago, it seemed various things happened on the islands around this area. Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion. It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them in there.
それ自体はわらわとはどうでもいいことなのだが、困ったことに魔力の基礎が違っててな。わらわの魔力にも強い干渉を及ぼしておって、非常に迷惑していたのだ。
That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine. It created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome.
そうだったんですか。私はてっきりベアトリーチ様を封じていたものだとばかり。
Is that how it was? And I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama.
わらわを対象にしたものではない。だが、神格のある鏡だったからな。結果として、わらわの力を封じ込めていたわけだ。料理に例えるならこうか。わらわの注文した西洋料理が、厨房でまさに料理されているとする。ところがいざ配膳しようとしたら、客席は日本風で、懐石料理が並べられている場だった。
Beatrice really likes to make food analogies. I was not its target, but it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. To use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say the Western food I ordered is being made in the kitchen. However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guest seating is in the Japanese style with Japanese style dishes.
だから厨房は場違いな皿を出せず、わらわのところへはいつまで経っても西洋料理が届かない。といった感じよの。
So the kitchen is unable to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but okay. I see what you're getting at, but it doesn't really make sense in real life, so okay.
だからそなたに日本風の客席を打ち壊し、場を一度白紙に戻させたのだ。そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったというところか。もっとも、ようやく食前酒が届いたというところよ。メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。今のわらわなど、靴屋の妖精にも劣る希薄な存在でな。
So you destroyed that Japanese-style guest seating and returned the area to a blank slate for a time. Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say. However, so far, only the aperitif has arrived. It will still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. What is a shoe store fairy? Is this an actual thing? Hold on, let me check. Shoe store fairy. Myth? Oh, there. Okay, no, I don't think that's an actual saying or anything. Okay. Maybe she's just saying a really weak fairy.
Hmm? 何がおかしい?
Hmm? What's so amusing?
魔女様の例えがあまりに面白かったもので、まさか魔法の話がお料理の話に例えられるとは思いませんでした。
Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic.
我ながらうまい表現だったつもりだが、よもや笑われるとは思わなかったぞ。少し心外だ。
I thought it a rather skillful comparison. I certainly didn't expect to be laughed at. I'm a bit offended. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea.
こう見えても昔は残酷極まりないことで知られたわらわだったが丸くなったものよ。人間とこうしてたあいない話で茶を交わせるようになるのだから。
Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. I've gotten soft. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again.
雲が出てきたな。海も精彩をかけば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。
The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle.
そうでしょうか。曇っても海は美しくて真っ青だと思います。
You think so? I think the ocean is a beautiful deep blue, even when it gets cloudy. Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup.
もはやそなたの両目に埋められているのは黒い石ころではないらしい。どうだ、家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは理解できておるか？
It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore. How is it? Do you see how it is, or yeah, do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as a human?
はい。世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて知りませんでした。
Yes. I never knew the world was this kind. Oh, Shannon. Shannon. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly, and it even changed her fortune. Yeah, sure, nothing bad will happen, yeah. Why would anything bad happen? The world is a wonderful place. Especially if episode 1 is any indication, yeah. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her.
最近いい笑顔をすることが多くなったじゃないか。何か良いことでもあったのかね？
You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened?
いえ、でも楽しい毎日です。はい。
No, but every day is fun, yes.
良いことじゃないか。同じコーヒーなら笑顔で継がれた方がうまいに決まっている。その笑顔でもう一杯頼めんかね。
Wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? Kraus seems pretty nice here. Yeah. This once again makes me think that maybe he's not all bad guy. He just needs some work. We can fix him. Yes, sir. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human.
珍しい茶化をちそうになったな。有意義な時間であった。そろそろ仕事に戻らねばならぬ時間であろう。茶会はこれまでにしよう。そなたとわらわが茶を飲むことを好かん者もおるようでな。
These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. Probably about time for you to return to your work. So let us end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like us or like seeing us drink tea together. The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up into the air. After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush. The bush shook violently, and Cannon came out. It seemed he had been there for some time, watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood.
安心せよ。茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
Do not worry. Our tea party is over now, Cannon.
いつからそこにいたの？声をかけてくれれば、カノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
How long were you there? If you had called to us, I'd have poured you some tea too.
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのであろう。
I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? Cannon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted with respect. But unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies, which flew upwards all at once. They then scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞ、シャノン。また縁があれば会おうぞ。まだまだ魔力が足りぬでな。姿を現すのも疲れる。
It was fun, Shannon. Let us meet again if the chance arises. My magical power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself.
そんなに疲れるなら、二度と現れるな。
If you're that tired, never appear again. Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply.
シャノン、次の茶会ではジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。人の恋路より甘い茶花は他にない。それではさらばだ。
Shannon, tell me more about George at our next tea party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. See you again. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
Hey son, didn't I tell you to stay away from her?
ベアトリーチェ様はそんなに悪い人じゃない。確かにちょっと怪しいところはあるけれど。
Beatrice-sama isn't that bad of a person. Yes, she might be a little shady, but
僕たちにしか姿が見えない時点で十分にうさんくさいよ。あいつは人間じゃない。何を企んでるかわかるものか。
The fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. That thing isn't human. Who knows what she might be planning? Come on, Canon. Just use the power of friendship and love. I'm sure you can solve everything.
カノン君、それは少し失礼だと思うな。
Canon-kun, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. Canon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Canon, looking excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent.
確かにベアトリーチェ様は人間とは違う。
Yeah, when the timid lady starts talking sternly, shit got real.
恐ろしい力を持っているし、恐れ敬わなければならない存在だと思う。でも、人間とは違うからといって、それだけを理由に忌み嫌うのは、とても失礼なことだと思うの。
It's true that Beatrice-sama is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her. Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human.
姉さんの言いたいことはわかるよ。姉さんは、あいつにあのブローチをもらってから変わった。まるで魔女の虜だよ。ジョージ様との仲を取り持ってもらって、頭が上がらないんだ。
I understand what you're trying to say, Ne-san. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch. It's like you're her prisoner. She brought you and George-sama together, and now you're indebted to her. I mean, I don't think it's just that. I think she genuinely thinks of Beatrice as a sort of friend.
そんなことを言わないで。
Don't say things like that.
あいつは人間じゃない。何を考えてるかわからない。だから気を許しちゃダメなんだ。
Because his expression at this part is sort of... I don't know if it quite fits.
そして、人間じゃないのは僕らも同じだよ。
Now it's back to normal.
姉さん。
That thing isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking. You mustn't trust her. And we aren't humans either, Ne-san. And we aren't humans either. Cannon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head.
僕らは家具だ。たとえ名前をもらい、人として接してもらったとしても、僕たちの生まれが変わるわけじゃない。
We are furniture. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change the manner of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind.
家具じゃないよ。
I am not furniture.
うん。家具だよ。僕たちは人間未満の存在だよ。姉さんはそこを忘れたふりをして、人間のふりをしているだけ。自分でも分かっているはずだよ。
No, you are furniture. We are less than human. Asan, you're just pretending to have forgotten. Pretending to be human. You know that as well as I do.
私、家具じゃないもん。人間だもん。
I am not furniture. I'm human. Man. I sort of hate Kinzo for this. Like, take these kids and they are like totally brainwashed into thinking that they're less than human. I hate it. It's terrible.
いや、人間じゃない。
I mean, and now we have this young kid trying to convince his foster sister that they are less than human. That's just absurd. What if he's right though? They're actually dolls. They're Pinocchio, multiple Pinocchios. What if they're robots? Gasp.
僕らには愛する資格も愛される資格も初めからない。
No, you aren't. We've never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Shannon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Shannon picked up on that quickly.
お嬢様に聞いたよ。正直呆れたね。ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に出られるなんて。家具の身の程を忘れてるよ。姉さんはあの魔女にそそのかされて自分が人間になれたと勘違いしてるだけなんだよ。
I heard from Milady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe you would go on a trip with George-sama. You've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just become tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human. That you've become human.
聞いてカノン君。確かに私たちは家具だよ。人間に劣った未満の存在。でもその満たない分をもし得られたなら、それは人間になれたということじゃないのかな。
Listen, Canon-kun. It's true that we're furniture, lesser beings, inferior to humans. But if it were possible to make up for what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human?
そんなものありはしないよ。
Such a thing could never happen.
あるの。それを得たなら、私たちは家具なんかじゃない。人間になれるよ。
No, it could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore. We can become human.
バカバカしい。なれるものか。
Ridiculous. As if you could ever do such a thing. Cannon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed.
なれるよ。カノン君も普通の人間に。
You can do it too, Canon-kun. You can become a normal human. No, I'm a Gundam.
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
Stop it. That's the witch talking.
ベアトリーチェ様に教えてもらったの。私たちは世界の一なる元素を得ることで人間になることができる。それを満たさないなら、それは人間じゃない。だから人は一なる元素を得るために生涯を尽くし貫いていく。
Yes, Beatrice Sama taught me. By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human. Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that. That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element.
姉さんが何を言っているのかわからないね。よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
I don't understand what you're saying, Nasan. I don't want to listen to ranting.
なら、カノン君にもわかるように教えてあげるね。ほら、姉さんの指の先を見て。
Then I'll teach it in a way even you can understand. Look, See what I'm pointing at? Shannon quietly pointed at the sea, toward the horizon. Shannon didn't understand what she meant, and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle.
海。カノン君は海が何色に見える？
The sea. Cannon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Cannon had tried to guess the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently.
パッとしない。ネズミ色だよ。それが何？
It's a hazy, dark gray color. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea, laid out beneath a cloudy sky, could probably be described best by Cannon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
It looks deep blue to me.
そういう意味？緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
Is that what you mean? Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to a green traffic light?
違うの。海は真っ青。私には分かってカノン君には分からないなら、これがつまりそういうことなの。
No, the sea is deep blue. If I understand and you don't, that's the difference between us. Now Beatrice is brainwashing her. Think she can escape being furniture? Oh no, she's brand-washing her. What about oat washing? Puns. Cannon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while.
わからないよ。
I don't understand.
カノン君、手を出して。
Cannon-kun, would you stick out your hand? As Cannon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Shannon softly set something there. It was that magic brooch, which she had received from Beatrice. A magic charm, shaped like a gold butterfly, that could bring love to fruition.
これはあいつの。
This is hers?
ううん、これは私の。だから私だと思って粗末にしないで。
No, this is mine. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Cannon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Cannon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands.
これは本当の魔法の力を持ったお守り。きっとカノン君に大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Cannon-kun.
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて何もない。
Nothing to be learned from that person's magic.
ううん、あるの。だから身につけて。恥ずかしければ懐に忍ばせておくだけでもいいそうなの。
No, there is something. So wear it. If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay if you just hide it in your pocket.
バカバカしい。あいつの魔法なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
Ridiculous. As if I'd let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Cannon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Cannon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back.
きっとカノン君は大切なことを学べるよ。きっと人間になれるから。そうすればきっとカノン君にもこの海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it, and I'm sure you can become human. Detroit. And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Cannon-kun.
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ色さ。
Gray is gray, no matter how many times you look.
違うよカノン君。そう見えるのは愛がないから。
That's wrong, Cannon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no... blank. Pretty sure that's love. Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. Ah, I see. Cannon has become... the main character. He can't hear anything pertaining to the word love. There's always something that obstructs him. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ。だって
I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all... One moment. Okay, I'm back. After all, without love, cannot be seen. Oh, Kinzo came outside of his study? Who is that?
カノンです。親方様。
It is Cannon, Master. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he had didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the study because of a change in mood, but that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Cannon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research.
天気が重いな。崩れるのか。
It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse?
はい。天気予報ではいつ雨があってもおかしくないと。傘をお持ちいたしましょうか。
Yes. According to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Shall I bring an umbrella?
それには及ばん。 しばらく私を放っておくがいい。息子たちに聞かれても所在は知らぬと言っておけ。私は自らの思考を巡る旅で忙しい。
It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts.
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
Certainly. Then if you would excuse me. Before Canon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Canon's presence completely. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times.
Oh, ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みに手が届かぬ。どうすればよみがえるのか。どうすれば再び微笑んでくれるのか。何が足りぬ。研究か資料か触媒か。それとも魔力か運気か神託か。ああ、ベアトリーチェ、どうすればお前の面影をもう一度見ることができるのだ。
Oh, Beatrice! Oh, Beatrice, my hand will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is lacking? My research? My materials? My catalyst? Or is it magical power or luck? Or an oracle? Oh, Beatrice, what can I do to see your face one more time? Oh. As Canon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Canon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying.
愚かな金蔵。わらわはここにいるというのに、見えぬのか。
You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me, even though I am here? Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet, Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice.
なぜだ。なぜベアトリーチェの微笑みに手が届かぬのか。月齢か水星の周期か惑星の配列か。何が足りぬのだ。何が。
Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon? The cycle of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What is lacking? What is?
無駄よ、金蔵。愛がなければ見えない。
It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. That doesn't make any sense. So you're saying anybody without love can't see, or well, anybody with love can see you. Anybody without love can't see you. Is that basically what you're saying? It doesn't make any sense because otherwise there would be a lot of people able to see her. Although, still a fair amount that couldn't. Shannon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he be able to glimpse something that he couldn't see now?
愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, it cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Huh. I mean, in the first place, he was able to see Beatrice once, although, well, yeah, I guess she was powerful enough at that point that she could just show herself to whoever. But she's in a weakened state right now. Okay, so where are we now? The biggest fall event for the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October. But to Jessica, there was another major event that came before that, the school cultural festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she'd formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She'd prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. But there was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, and she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices.
嘘、ひなの彼氏超イケてんじゃん。
No way! Hina's boyfriend is so awesome!
マジすごくない？マジすごくない？
Isn't he? Isn't he?
リンの彼氏すっごい頭良さそう。あれでド S メガネなの？マジ本当？
Rin's boyfriend looks really smart. Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? What? What is a glasses beast? Peak slice of life? That peak slice of life. Yeah.
ダメダメ。うちの旦那ギャル男だし。
No way, no way. My husband will be a pretty boy. I feel violated just reading all that. Oh my. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
ジェシー、彼氏来た？
Jessie, is your boyfriend here?
いや、まだ来てねえみてえだぜ。仕事忙しいのかな？
What? No. Looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work.
ジェシーの彼氏どんな人なの？せめてヒントだけでも出してよ。何系？何系？
So what kind of person is he, Jessie? At least give us a hint. What kind of relationship? What kind of relationship?
すごいよね。社会人なんでしょ？スーツとかで来る？ ちろんメガネかけてるよね。キャー
Awesome. So he's a working man? Will he come in a suit? Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right? Oh my goodness. Goodness. Sounds like Mom's petting the dog for the night. She does not like to be kept in the pen.
ねえ、でも本当はいないんだよね。今素直に白状したら私の仲間に入れてあげるって。一緒にこの文化祭を涙で濡らそうよ。
Hey, he doesn't actually exist, right? If you come clean now, we'll let you join us. Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival.
いやいやいやいや、いる、本当にいるって。
No, he exists. I told you, he really exists. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she'd really deceived her sharp-witted friends. She just goes to another school, yeah.
はい。なら彼氏さんの偽物を立てて連れて行くというのはどうでしょうか。
Okay. Then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you?
偽物？誰を？そんなのの心当たりねえぜ。
A fake? Who? I can't think of anyone who'd do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival.
例えばですが、カノン君なんてどうでしょう。
For example, what about Canon-kun?
カノン君？ダメ！というか、きっとカノン君文化祭の日は仕事に決まってるぜ。迷惑かけちゃ悪いしさ。
Canon-kun? No way! Anyway, I'm sure Canon-kun has work on the day of the festival. I don't want to bother him.
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。カノン君はその日お休みになっています。
Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Canon-kun has that day off.
こんな時ばっかり容量がいいのな。じゃなくて、休みならもっと悪いぜ。せっかくの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this? No, wait. It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. Huh, I feel like I've heard this conversation before.
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといっつも閉じこもってばかりいますので、無理に引っ張り回すくらいでちょうどいいかと思いますよ。
If you don't pull Canon-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself. So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of his shell.
そうなの？いや、でもカノン君に悪い。
You think so? No, but I feel bad for him.
なら晩作つきますね。おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょうか。
And I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend?
それは肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうが、卒業までの短くも長い間を耐え忍ばれるだけでございますし、愛し合う恋人同士にとって独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る甘い蜜なのです。
Oh, Shannon's got a bit of a mean streak. True, it may be terribly embarrassing, But you'd only have to endure for the short yet long time before graduation. To a pair of lovers.
Emotional damage.
Exactly. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Got a bit of a sadistic side to her there.
シャノン、私のために本気で悩んでないでしょ。おちょくってるでしょ。
Shannon, you aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
Yes, this is to get you back for making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
Is it really so bad, milady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Canon-kun.
いや、それはそうだけど。いや。
No, that may be true, but no. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red. And she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And Shannon had heard a lot of what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in. I just heard a few bricks break free from the fourth wall. Jessica had been thinking about Canon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rokkenjima, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Canon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Canon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear Jessica was infatuated with Canon.
もう、カノン君をデートに連れ出せるいい機会じゃありませんか。
Come on, isn't this a good chance to take Canon-kun on a date?
でも、カノン君にだって好きな人とかいるかもしれないし、私なんかの見えっ張りに付き合わせたら気を悪くするぜ。
But Canon might also have someone he likes, so wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? I love how this is basically a mirror of how Jessica got George and Shannon together.
"お嬢様のような素直じゃない方を、何でしたっけ？ジョージ様に習いました。そうそう、ツンドラとか言うそうですよ。 あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
People who aren't honest with themselves, like you, are. What was that word I learned from George Sama? That's right. I think it was Sundora. Apparently, they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. Sundere.
へえ、さすがジョージ兄さんだな。未来のトレンドがわかるのかよ。すげえぜ。じゃなくてってことは、私ってタイプは時代がずれてるってことじゃねえかよ。もうダメだ。
Jessica is totally a Sundora. Wow, George Nissan sure is incredible, managing to foresee future trends like that. Awesome. No, wait. Are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade? I give up. What's that dinging noise? Do you have like pans in here or something? It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Cannon pretend to be her boyfriend.
Hi, お嬢様。
Okay. I'm gonna go use the bathroom quick. And then we'll get back to this. I'll be right back in like 2-3 minutes. All right, I'm back. Yes, milady. Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Cannon always looked sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former.
いや、そのさ、
No, well, there's really almost 2 full streams of backstory. I'm sure there's even more, because we've gotten to... I mean, a lot of today was Shannon. Let's see, before we were doing George, or George and Shannon, and more Shannon today, and now we're going to Jessica. So then I would imagine we still have Maria and Battler. I feel like this is going to be some really long backstory. At least if it continues like this. All that confidence and effort she'd built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Oof. That do be how it be sometimes. Eventually we'll get to the island. What do you mean? We're already there. Yeah, I'm interested to see if anything changes in episode 2. Like, are these supposed to be consecutive consecutive stories, or are they the same story from different angles? I can't wait to see that. Either one could be quite interesting. The conference, you mean? They're already on the island? Oh yeah. You know me, I was just having a funny. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Cannon sighed. Jessica thought that he was exasperated with her, and her face went pale.
シャノンから聞いています。お嬢様の学校の文化祭へお供するようにというお話ですか?
I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school cultural festival, right, milady?
シャノンナイスじゃなくてそうなんだけどその当日の予定はどうかな
Huh? Nice one, Shannon. I mean, yeah. That's right. But, do you have any plans that day?
シャノンから当日は特にお嬢様にお仕えするよう厳命されております。
Man, she is a mess, right? Yeah.
僕は高校には行ったことがないのでわかりませんが、何でも男性の付き人がいないと大変肩身が狭い場だとか、後宮本家令嬢が庶民に劣ることがあってはならないと特に厳命されておりますので。
I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work especially for you on that day, milady. I've never been to high school, so I don't really understand, but I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushiromia family is in no way inferior to the common people. Oh man, they had to do some mental gymnastics for Cannon here.
シャノン後でぶっ殺す
Shannon, I'll beat you to death later! Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Cannon watched this, he sighed again. Cannon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. But to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could ever become anything more. It was a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Cannon, who sighed deeply. Classic tsundere.
ジェシー、人が来てるよ。聞こえてないの？
Jessie, someone's here. Didn't you hear?
ごめん。誰？
Sorry. Who is it? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent, even to me. Did I really just say sorry? Who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up? It's useless. My mind's going blank.
嘘！あれジェシの彼氏？
He's got that edgy jacket. Oh my. Well, I mean, I guess maybe back then it wasn't that edgy.
かわいい！本当に彼氏いたんだ！マジ嘘本当？ジェシカの裏切り者！すっごい素敵じゃん！年下？年下なんて聞いてないよ！どこジェシの彼氏ってどこショタって本当？
No way, that's Jesse's boyfriend? He's so cute! Wait, he's real? No way, seriously? Jessica, you traitor. He's incredible. He's younger? I never heard that he was younger. Where's Jesse's boyfriend? She really is into little kids. I'm gonna need you to take a seat right here.
いや遅かったじゃねえかよ
Hey, aren't you late?
昇降口がわからなかったもので遅くなって申し訳ございません。
I didn't know where the entrance was. I must apologize for my tardiness.
いやその格好も似合ってるぜ
Right. That outfit looks really good on you.
シャノンが普段着では良くないと言って先日一緒に買い物を似合いませんでしたでしょうか。
Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do. So we went and bought this the other day. Does it look strange on me?
そんなことないよシャノン後で2階級特進
That's not true. Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels.
なんだかここは女の人ばかりで居心地が悪いです。
Feels like everyone here is a girl. It's uncomfortable.
だよなさここじゃなくてステージの方に行こうぜもうすぐ私たちの出番だからさ
Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay? Because I'll be up pretty soon. Come on, come on, come on! Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed in everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming.
なんだか迷惑をおかけしているような気がします。お邪魔だったでしょうか。
I get the feeling I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden?
そんなことないって。
I told you, no way!
僕がお邪魔でしたらいつでも言ってくだされば。
Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. Yeah, no way! He calls himself Boku. Different form of I. There's no way you'd get in the way, Cannon-kun. Yeah, she calls her boyfriend Kun. Oh my. I'm dying inside reading this.
僕はどうしていればいいでしょうか、お嬢様。
What would you like me to do, milady? No way! She makes him call her milady, like a butler. OMG, OMG. No, you can't call me milady today.
そうですか。わかりました、ジェシカ様。
Is that so? As you wish, Jessica-sama. Yeah, she's trained him to call her Sama.
ごめん、カノン君。3秒でいいから目つぶっててくれるかな。
Sorry, Cannon-kun. Could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds? Yeah, a kiss. It's a kiss. She's gonna kiss him.
ではつまります。
As you wish. Bang, thunk, bam, bam. Slam. Crash. What in the world? By the time Cannon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Cannon's eyes opened. Oh my goodness. Looking at the full videos for pacing comparison, at this time in episode 1, the kids were discussing the epitaph before going to the beach. Huh? Sounds about right.
とにかくステージの方に行こう。私たちの出番はもうすぐだから、しばらく席で待っててよ。
Anyway... Oh, wait, she's not done yet.
私たちは準備あるからさ。この先、突き当たりまで行けば仮設舞台があるからわかるぜ。そこで待ってて。
Anyway, let's go over to the stage. Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit, because we've got to get ready. Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there. She pushed Cannon's back, as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself, and chased him out. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, which he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly.
ささ、見たね。見たでしょ。満足した。ざまあねえぜ。
There you go. You saw, right? You saw that. Are you happy now? Sucks for you. lost the bet.
絶対ジェシに彼氏なんかいないと思ってたのに。
Sure, Jessie didn't have a boyfriend.
彼氏じゃないんでしょ。使用人へのパワハラでしょ。
Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just abusing one of her servants, right? Uh-oh.
ジェシの彼氏素敵だおー。
Wow, Jessie's boyfriend's incredible.
いやかましいぜ。ほらほら、準備。
Shut up. Come on, let's get ready. When Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, everyone energetically returned to their tasks. So exaggerated it is. Oh my, the brass knuckles though, I love that. Like, everybody shut up. Gannon went down the corridor Jessica had shown him, and ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against a wall in the darkness by himself. So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now, acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. In that sense, it was very hard for Cannon to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. Though he also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsui-sama, will probably be angry. I am to report it in a way that protects Milady. Should I blame it on inappropriate school friends?
なんだよあれ。バカみたいだ。
What was all that? So stupid. Cannon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsui's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsui-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. Poor Cannon. He's got that main character curse. He just can't understand. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? Probably for the best.
人混みは気持ち悪いな。なんだってんだ一体。
Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students kept glancing at me. It seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friends said, and it's truly unpleasant. Natsui being the president of the PTA makes too much sense. This is true. Although it's a little weird with her being, with her living so far away on an island. It'd be hard for her to actually do PTA things, I would think. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you better watch out, because lots of strange people will come and talk to you.
お一人ですか?
Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. This guy goes to school every day, so it can't be that hard. And true. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they've definitely got a way to go back and forth. But it just seems like it'd be very inconvenient. Skull. No, she's not going to tobacco. I think there's a chewable tobacco company named Shoal or something like that. Oh, no, it's Skull. I'm thinking of something. Skoal. I don't know why I thought it was Shoal. You know, I think I knew somebody with the last name Shoal. Oh, going off on random tangents here. Stairs started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this?
すみません。連れがいますので。
Sorry, I'm with someone.
そうですか。ごめんなさい。
Ah, oh, really? I'm sorry. Ah, it worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me.
違うよ。あの子だよ、ジェシーの彼氏。
No, it's that kid. That's Jesse's boyfriend.
嘘。あの子が？
No way. It's that kid?
信じらんないよね。絶対にエアだと思ってたよ。
I can't believe it. I was sure it was Butter. I mean, I was sure he was fake.
可愛いじゃん。年下？
Isn't he cute? So he's younger?
いいな。
Lucky Jesse. There's no way I'll ever come to a place like this again. Cannon sighed for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed, and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Never guess what they'll sing? Well, I sort of got spoiled a little bit on this one. I don't actually know what they're singing, but I saw a screenshot on the modding page. Yeah, because there's a mod that changes what they wear here, or rather, what they wear I think is changed in one of the versions or something. So the mod I think undoes that. So yeah, I got a little bit of a preview here when I was actually modding the game. Or, well, modding the visual novel. Their leader is Milady. She's changed into stage clothes and even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsui-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school, far away from Natsui-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsui-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsui-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected. Everyone, thanks for gathering here today. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting, Jessie-sama! Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Cannon never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiromiya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Cannon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music. So to Cannon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it, extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsumi-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. We got Old Sprite here, swoop it down. Oh my. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Oh yeah. Well, it might not have been in the mod page itself, but it mentioned something about replacing the visuals here, and I'm not sure if the music was changed or not. I think it was. So I had to look up what that meant, I think. And that's when I saw what was going on here. But yeah. Good old Toho. Pepe Jam. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights sang along and danced crazily with the same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushiromiya family, but it looked like so much fun. Again, oh, is it doing the lyrics? Again, today behind me the sound of footsteps. Oh, Yashiro-sama is stalking me. Curses, disappearances, sacrifices, torture. Onikakushi, does that make a good snack? Don't say Marisa! Oh my. I must not go along with it, but at any rate, Lady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Ushiromiya Jessica's true nature? Played so much Toho years ago, so much nostalgia. Yeah, I haven't played many of the proper Toho games. I played a lot of fan games. And some are fairly big that I don't know if you'd still call them fan games necessarily, but I mean, I've most recently played Toho Monster Tower Defense. Now, that was still a few months ago. I'm waiting on a few more to come out. I think, yeah, as time goes on, there gets more Toho games. I'm loving it. Play a lot of both. Oh, and definitely I love Toho music. I've played some Toho music on stream before. Probably not in any VODs, of course. Last you played probably Toho Luna Nights. Yeah, I've been meaning to play that one eventually. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, I haven't bought it yet. Let's see. One of the games I plan to eventually play is Genso Wanderer. And then we have The Disappearing of Gensokyo, which I have played most of before on normal difficulty, but I want to do... Or no, I played through most of it on insane difficulty, but I never finished it. And I want to do an insane difficulty run... Or, sorry, lunatic, not insane. I want to do a lunatic difficulty run on stream. At some point. Yeah. A lot of good Toho games have come out in the past few years, I think. And there's more still in early access. I forget, is Luna Nights finished? Or... Yeah, that's not in early access anymore, right? I think that's finished. And a 1cc clear on hard on most games, around 15. Dang, that is some dedication. Those games are not easy. I do have one Toho game. I only have one of the Toho games proper. Subterranean Animism. I tried that a little bit. And I have, I think, tried a few of the older ones. I don't have them on Steam. I think I tried them through... What was that site called? Moria Shrine. Yeah. But now they started to come out on Steam, and I want to eventually get more on Steam. Actually pay for them. But I remember they used to not really be out on Steam a whole lot. Subterranean Animism is kind of the hardest one. Oh. Whoops. Got most everything on Moria Shrine too. Yeah. I remember last year Moria Shrine ran into some trouble. I think they had to take down a bunch of stuff. Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom is harder. Yeah. Well, and there was another one I was thinking about getting. Alright, which one was that? I think I have it on my wish list. Double Dealing Character. Yeah. That's the one with Seija, right? Or is that... Wait. No! Hold on. Did I not add that? Where's that double dealing character? I don't know. 10 Desires? Desires. I don't think that's the one I was thinking of. Oh, it is? One of the easiest? Wait. Well, isn't... Yeah, Seija flips your screen around, I think I heard. I would imagine that's not very easy. Ah, okay. Yeah, Seija is the, what's the name? Amano Jaku. There we go. Power to turn over anything. Oh yeah, confused Seiya and Sega. I feel you, man. I feel you. I've done that before. Let's see. Oh, right. I can just check. Seiya is from which one? He's in Impossible Spell Card. Here we go. Double dealing character. Yeah, that is the right one. Also in Impossible Spell Card. But I love Sage's theme. The music. Absolutely love it. I love lots of Toho music. Good stuff. Listen to it for days. Could this be Ushiromiya Jessica's true nature? Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rockinjima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self? If you remember it, see if you're right. So the time she spends, not as Milady, successor to the Ushiromiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest, must be very important to her. He is the Stage 5 boss. I've worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. That was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rockinjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rockinjima and end our lives on Rockinjima. So I've come to think of Rockinjima itself as our whole world. As though, like in Tolmic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd, but I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Rockinjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about, but the ocean still doesn't look blue to me. Oh, end of the day? Oh, and they're back here.
今日はジェシカの学校の文化祭だったな。
Well, then, this seems like a pretty good stopping point for today. It's only about 11:10, but yeah. Oh, you think it's about 2/3 of the scene? Oh, yeah. Yep. That'll be good then, I think. Pretty good stopping point. Yes. So Canon has seen a different side of Jessica. I hope he doesn't completely tell them everything, but he probably will. And Jessica's probably going to get in more trouble. Next time we should end the relationship drama. Yes. And then perhaps move on to Battler and Maria? Question mark? Unknown? You don't have to answer that. But this has been a good bit more interesting. We sort of got the backstory of Beatrice a little more, or we got a little bit more backstory of Beatrice. Honestly, I thought the relationship drama stuff would be a bit of a snooze fest. It's okay, this is a bedtime story anyway. Nothing bad happens here. Yeah, that was pretty neat. I liked it. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow... Yeah, this week I'll still do some more Dragon's Dogma. Tomorrow will still be more Dragon's Dogma. I think next week I want to replace it with Guardian Tales for a bit. Because with the collaboration, I don't know if they're going to do a collab story, and also there's some short stories that I haven't done yet. So next week I'll probably do some Guardian Tales. But yeah. I think that's everything. For anybody new, if there's anybody new here, we have some links below the channel for Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. Also enter into the chat, ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Yeah. In the meantime, thank you everyone for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.